The full political spectrum, and over the next several hours, on president, were that swayed them one way or the other, and the other person, and I've invited polling expert Lee Carter, president of Maslansky and Partners. Warm welcome to you, Lee. We got a big night.
Thank you. Big night. Yeah, so excited to be here.
Yeah, we've been talking to so on and so forth, and let's just start off with a show of hands real quickly, because the numbers for early vote, 80 million just now, and still counting all those mail-in ballots. So it's huge, incredibly large, setting records this year. How many of you voted early?
Wow.
It's a lot, right?
It's a lot.
Yeah, and how many of you voted today? Yeah, well, we would expect not as many, right? So how does that compare with what you find in your analysis?
Well, what we're looking at right now, they're saying that about half people have early voted. And I think that's you know, and so we could be looking at record turnout. Now, there's some people who say it's going to be more than half have already voted early, but I think we're going to be looking at, the numbers are showing that we're looking for a big night.
Yeah, that would be huge if that were the case, because 2020 really was the burst on that. Okay. A quick rundown of what we'll be showing you tonight before we hear from the audience. Our team compiled key moments from the Trump and Harris campaigns, and Lee is showing some of those comments to American voters along the way, and they used their computers to respond to those in real time. The lines on the screen that will show you their reaction: red representing Republicans, blue for Democrats, and gray for independents. And our first topic, we heard a lot of this, fiery rhetoric. This from Vice President Harris.
So listen, so much is on the line in this election, and this is not 2016 or 2020. We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him. Not even the Supreme Court, which months ago told the former president that he is essentially immune no matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats gave this a D, while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is be this joyful. The bat is somebody who is going to be different, bring us together. She said we have more in common than divides us. And the more negative she got, the more negative independent voters got towards her. And I think we saw that happen in the polls. She had a surge in the beginning and things sort of flatlined once she sort of turned very negative.
All right, here's one from former President Trump.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now, you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat, and I understand you voted for Trump, and you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a Democrat.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer. And supporting Donald Trump was an easy decision.
Yeah, as a Democrat, you said, you know, people were reacting to that. I appreciate your answer. I appreciate everybody's time. We will hear more from our voters' voices throughout the night. Let's go back to Brett and Martha.
All right, Harris.
Thank you, Harris. Thanks, Lee. So the clock is ticking down to one of the biggest poll closings of the night. Pennsylvania is about to finish the voting process. Our special coverage continues with Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity coming up.
Picking up on the former president's side, 2 for Vice President Harris as the states are called. We will continue to see that, and obviously 270 is the magic number.
We got a long way to go. A lot of filling in of this board and these, but some places are very interesting as we get closer to our closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. Florida, which has tightened up a little bit.
Expect counties could go as high as 90% voter turnout. A couple of items could complicate things throughout the night. One is an abortion initiative on the ballot that would extend Florida's strict abortion law. The other would be to legalize recreational marijuana. Both of those items will need 60% to win. Martha, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, thank you very much.
The delay on the TV, they just got it. They just saw it. We're back with our panel, and we add Kellyanne Conway, Jesse Waters, and Jessica Tarloff. See some other things that you're watching?
Looking at some suburban bellwethers coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the vote is flipped back to President Trump. Virginia, we know, has really been trending toward the left. Swing to the 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice,
We've got a
Jewish Americans. But
yeah.
I think that we'll be talking about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
We are seconds away. Plus Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire, Illinois, Tennessee, Florida, plus the critical battleground.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple.
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
With 177 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
And it is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News decision desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
New Jersey. Oh, man, I voted next to a guy this morning wearing a garbage bag, so I thought lock. I guess I was wrong about that. I also just heard from a person who was not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're breaking up. So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So I still don't understand people. And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse, but I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it, they are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Your thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You had been bragging about that one for months to me.
Okay. I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge, and I think Philadelphia was a big story this day already in the first hour of Election Day polling, that they were smashing records, and we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing, once all the exits are out, you know, what ended up being the 1, 2, and 3 most important issues. Because in Ann Selzer's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as #1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to handle the economy and is leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? You know, it wasn't close. We just called it for the former president. It's a big electoral vote haul. But if you think about it, you know, in elections past, Florida was a swing state.
Yep.
2022, Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County, the Republican is taking home a vote, including Latino vote, which could bode something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion initiative, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won with, maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there, those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at the issue around LGBTQ+ and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this, and maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are in these suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County out there?
Yeah, that's Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah.
What was 2020?
Yeah, let's look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so I want to show you guys the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reported in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer years ago. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple of interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump, and I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay, this is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here, and in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south. Now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay, that's County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. You know, the Trump team's going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta, let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at.
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there,
Yes,
the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these 2 surveys today.
So that may sync up with what
the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now you got still out, right? Yep. 52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. Fulton County, she's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. The same, okay? 32,000. You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of that in a moment here, but that would be, you know, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020? Because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well.
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night, to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters say the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number, and that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them or more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is about one thing, about Trump and fear of Trump. But it's the same factor we keep coming back to time and again. Is, you know, the Trump factor in this race is, is he able to overcome the resistance to him, which has been so dominant in three previous cycles? And that's what that vote is about.
Because if you were just running on the issues that include economy, immigration,
right.
You wouldn't see.
Wouldn't see that, but you got half of people thinking that's important.
And
that's a Trump. That's a Trump.
A huge issue for 2020, and it also resurfaced a bit with candidate selection in 2022.
Certainly did.
That he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see the increase in his approval numbers translate into something positive for him tonight?
And if you work your way back to what that's about January 6th.
Yeah.
Can I clarify
and the price he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. You know, the threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it, go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this, that our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th committee that, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021, to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House.
we're hoping that millions of people will come to see that their future isn't bound up with joining with one side of a criminal imperialist system that has been prosecuting all crimes, a fascist who openly praises Hitler and is basically organized, wants the largest nations in history. This is Donald Trump. And so we're saying that, no, there's not automatically going to be a revolution. If there was automatically going to be a liberating revolution, we wouldn't have to be standing out here tonight.
All right, Miles, I wish you and your group
good
luck. Thank you for speaking to us.
Okay, let me go straight across now to CNN News 18 Sanjay Suri for more on the elections. The voting presently is underway. Sanjay, Americans are voting in record-setting numbers. The voting is underway in most of the states. What is it that you're hearing, and how close is this contest going to be? It has been a phenomenal election campaign full of twists and turns with the dramatic exit of Joe Biden and the entry of Kamala Harris. So over to you. Fill us in with all that you have for us.
Well, we are here at this Democrat Party watch party here at a Rasa restaurant in Washington, D.C. And we'll hear straight from the ones doing the voting. They've been doing the campaigning very energetically for Kamala Harris, for the Democrats. So, Ranik, are you waiting for good news right around the corner?
Oh, I know we're going to have some good news. We are going to win this, and we're going to win it really big.
Right, no razor-thin edges for you, straight win.
Absolutely.
And Chintan, you've been leading this Indian American Impact campaign. What do you see other than your expected optimism?
Yeah, look, I think this is going to come down to, as we've talked about, these battleground states. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona. These are critical battleground states for either candidate to win. What we've been focused on as an organization is mobilizing the South Asian American vote. The Indian American, South Asian American vote is over 400,000 voters in these states. They have the ability to be the critical margin of victory. We know the results are going to be close. We're going to win, but we know they're going to be close. So our community is really going to be the marginal difference here in what happens tonight.
Right. Zoreen, what gets you so excited about Kamala?
I think it's that she's a vote for women. I think it's a way to protect our right to abortion, to the freedom of democracy, just all of these things that I think that Donald Trump is not providing us with.
So, Milind, what brought you to this campaign?
The opportunity to, I think, activate the South Asian electorate in this country was something that, was impossible to pass up. I think in the last few months we've seen South Asians in every corner of the country get involved in the campaign however they can. Making calls, knocking doors, writing postcards, creating videos, making songs. Everyone has chipped in their time, their energy, their effort, and I think we'll see it in the South Asian kind of margin in the election tonight.
So, Ranik, what is it that really excites you? Is it the Democrat Party, or is it the Indian origins of Kamala that is the added oomph?
Well, while it's important to be able to relate to her story, because I do, I also went home every summer to walk with my grandfather, which was really touching and something on. But really more than that, it's the substance, and it's about democracy, right? It's about protecting our rights, especially as a female, especially as a mother, that we have to stand up for our children. And I do believe that Kamala Harris is the best person for that, best leader.
Chintan, just how remarkable would it be for the U.S. to have a president and of immigrant origin at that?
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible opportunity. I mean, we're at the cusp of doing something historic. We're about to elect the first woman president of the United States of America, who also happens to be the first South Asian president, the first black woman president. Her story is actually quintessentially an American story. It's an immigrant story. It's what powers our communities, and I think, the South Asian community, all of what we're going to do tonight.
Zoreen, tell me, is the best thing about Kamala Harris that she's not Trump or Trump?
I mean, I think that's certainly a perk, but I think she offers a lot. I think that she has been in so many different parts of the government. She's been in the judiciary branch, the executive branch, the legislative branch. She has so much experience. She's not Trump. I'll take it. I'll take someone who's not Trump.
Last quick word from you, Milan.
Yeah, just want to give one more shout out to the South Asian voter base across the country. Like Chintan said, this is going to be a victory for all Americans, but it's been inspiring to see our community specifically, whether they're new voters, longtime volunteers, find a way to chip into this campaign and make this an effort that represents America and what America can be.
Right. Now, this is a watch party, and I'm very rudely blocking the watching staff. Everyone's eyes ought to be here. So I'm going to move from here
back to Thank you so much for getting us all those fantastic reactions. The 2024 U.S. presidential race has been one of the closest on record, with poll margins between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump being razor thin. We're going to get you all the updates, all the reactions straight from the United States of America. Keep watching our continuing coverage as we take a very short break. A warm welcome to the continuing coverage of the United States of elections. The polling is underway. Americans are going to polling stations to cast their ballot and to decide who's going to be the next president of the United States of America. Who's Donald Trump? Will he see a return after 4 long years, or will it be Kamala Harris, the first woman president of the United States? Well, U.S. has chosen its president in the nationwide polling conducted earlier today. This presidential race does see a tightly contested race unfolding between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, while the final verdict is yet to be out, and it perhaps is going to take some time. Early projections are predicting a win. Projections are showing Trump leading on at least 90 seats so far and Harris on 27. But anything could change. It's too early to say anything or to call the election just as yet. The latest projections show Donald Trump winning Florida, Tennessee, Alabama, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Kentucky and Indiana. Kentucky and in fact, had come about earlier on, and they were also on predictable lines. North Carolina is expected to be split on the issue of hurricane aid. In fact, on the other hand, Kamala Harris is projected for a major victory in Vermont, in Massachusetts, of Colombo. Well, Donald Trump is hoping for yet another term, while Kamala Harris is looking to make history as the country's campaigned intensely across critical swing states on the eve of Election Day, with the focus and the eye being on trying to lure and persuade the voters in Pennsylvania, very critical and that could also be a deciding factor in the U.S. presidential elections. Donald Trump, after casting his ballot in Florida's Palm Beach, said that he is very confident that he will win elections close. Okay, let me go now to CNN's report. Latest on the broadcast. Paula, I just wanted to ask you, are these projections in line with what Team Trump was voting?
Trump campaign, certainly so far, and I stress that it is incredibly early, it is in keeping with what they had expected. But I will also say that if you look at the crucial state of Georgia, Joe Biden won in 2020. The Trump campaign is very pleased so far with what is going on there. He's than he was in 2020, and perhaps they will be able to call that state for Donald Trump in the next few hours. I caution that it is early, but when you look at the vote in a place like Georgia, it is looking very good for Donald Trump. What is going to happen, though, in the next hour or two is that we are going to see many more results for both North Carolina and Pennsylvania. And in those two states, the Trump campaign is, in fact, quite nervous. When you look at the areas that are turning out for the Democrats in both of those states, Harris seems to be, according to CNN, in terms of turnout, seems to be doing better than Joe Biden did in 2020. That is highly significant. Listen, I want to preface all of this by saying it is still incredibly early. Americans right now they're still lining up to vote in some states. There are still some polls that will stay open very late because of some irregularities. There were very few, but there were some. And I want everyone to keep in mind, in 2020, we didn't know for days. Everyone is hoping that it will be sooner. Let's see what happens in the next few hours. I, of course, here am at Trump headquarters. The mood is still very optimistic here. We've had hundreds more people come into headquarters as we get closer to those crucial results. Right. Donald Trump has promised to come here, win or lose. He, of course, expects to win. And he does say, though, earlier in the day, he did, in fact, say that he would accept the results, and he's assuming they are fair. He was then asked, what do you think? Are the results fair so far? He continually says, which is a bit of a departure for him, that he hadn't seen anything unfair so far. Early hours, in fact, it could be early days yet. Right now, both campaigns very nervously watching Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
Oh, I can imagine, the anxiousness amongst not just the American public, but even reporters and also all the news journalists. I wanted to ask you about Pennsylvania, Paula. Why is it so important, such an important swing states, and how will those 19 electoral votes play such a decisive role in determining who's going to be the president of the United States? And about the high turnout of people, we are also hearing, Paula, that there are a huge number of enthused and excited voters who are coming out. Is that advantage Democrats? What does a high turnout, voter turnout mean in the U.S. elections?
What is interesting to watch here is in the urban centers, especially a place like Philadelphia. Remember, for Kamala Harris to carry Pennsylvania, she not just has to win in a place like Philadelphia and the suburbs, she needs to win big. How big, you ask me? Bigger than Joe Biden, who took the state. And that's saying something. Remember, Joe Biden was born in Pennsylvania. When the Democrats, and I'm talking just in the last few minutes here, have been looking at turnout in Philadelphia, encouraged. They believe that there is a chance they will best Joe Biden from 2020 in that crucial city of Philadelphia. You mentioned the right number. You mentioned 19. This is a huge number of electoral votes in a race that is this close. And that's why so many people are looking at this race saying it all hinges on Pennsylvania. But I have to say, many people, both Republicans and Democrats, are also nervous about Michigan and Wisconsin. Polls there closing shortly. Again, if Kamala Harris is to win, especially as it seems that Georgia is leaning towards Trump at this hour, that so-called blue wall, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania really must hold for Kamala Harris if she has a chance of being the next president. right now as they were a few hours ago. No one still is going to be willing to predict this race. Again, waiting for those crucial states to close their polls and for the results to start coming in.
All right, Paula Newton, I'll keep coming back to you, but for now, thanks so much for getting us such important information. We also have with us on the broadcast Ray Locker, author and journalist, and Anang Mittal, who's a communication strategist. Ray, coming to you, what an election it has been, a very tightly contested presidential race. Most importantly, it's been a knife-edge race in most of the swing states as well, with both the leaders really going all guns blazing in attacking each other and also persuading the voters to vote for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal, and these are very nerve-wracking times for both campaigns as the early returns come in. You know, I think it's key to look at some of these major urban areas. I mean, you have Georgia up on the screen now, and Trump is leading there, but the metro Atlanta counties have not really reported their votes yet. So you're going to see huge Democratic margins there as you have in the past. And in recent elections, that's been enough to carry the day. I don't know about this time, though. And then you look in Pennsylvania, obviously the city of Philadelphia, crucial, but the surrounding suburban. How well does Harris do there among Republican-leaning women? I mean, the indications are that she's going to do well. But, you know, I mean, it's a secret ballot. People say one thing and vote another, you know, so it'll be interesting to see.
And I think that holds true for any election. We've seen that in India as well in the Lok Sabha elections. Ray, Mr. Mittal, coming to you now, let's talk about the swing states and how pivotal they will be in shaping the electoral map. Ray was speaking about Georgia, the significance of Georgia that traditionally, in fact, has leaned towards the Republican, but then it kind of witnessed a pivot. And now what we're getting to hear from the early trends is that Trump is taking a lead in Georgia. So if you could just talk about the entire U.S. presidential election campaign and just how high the stakes are for both the candidates.
Thank you for having me on. Yeah, the stakes are very high. And as far as the swing states go, you know, there used to be a saying that the Democrats couldn't lose Michigan and the Republicans couldn't lose Georgia. And that both those states may be in play this time, as with the last election where Republicans ultimately ended up losing Georgia. One of the factors this time that may be different is that in 2020, there was an African-American senator on the ballot. And so many of the smaller counties, the African-American localities, came out to vote for him in larger numbers. And so this time around, we have an Indian origin and an African American origin presidential candidate. So it remains to be seen whether they're going to come out en masse and vote for her in the same numbers that they did for the current Senator Warnock. Thing in Michigan and Wisconsin, you know, the Wisconsin has a huge college-educated population and graduate students, and the suburbs had gone for Biden the last time. Remains to be seen whether they'll go for him this time, whether Trump's economic message wins out over the Harris administration. And then with the look at Harris can't lose the Rust Belt, but Trump can afford to lose, you know, maybe Arizona here, maybe even Georgia, if he wins in Pennsylvania. And so it's more on Harris to lose, to win the Rust Belt, the Sun Belt states, than it is for it's much more likely that Trump will flip Michigan and Wisconsin than it is likely that Harris will flip Arizona and Georgia, in my opinion. So those are the other states to look at apart from Pennsylvania that are going to be crucial in those last minutes.
Interesting. Ray, I wanted to ask you, do you think that Harris does have a high favorability factor, that she's far more popular than Trump? Throughout the election campaign, she really played up that fear factor of Trump's return, calling him a fascist, a dictator. But Trump, I mean, despite all the scams, the series of indictments, the most importantly, the criminal conviction still remains so dominant and relevant in American politics.
It's astonishing. I've written 2 books about Richard Nixon. People thought that he was one of the worst presidents in the last 70 years. Donald Trump is the worst president in my lifetime by an order of significant magnitude. I mean, he's a grifter. He's a convicted felon. He cheats on his wives. I mean, anything that you would tell your children to avoid and to not be, he is. And yet he is extremely durable in a way that I really can't understand. And, you know, you look at these results now and you're like, how is this guy even coming close? but he is, because there are people who respond to him for a variety of reasons. And all of this is coming after probably the worst closing week of any major candidate I've ever seen. Calling people's names, doing weird things on stage, rallies where people were streaming out after he started to talk, half empty arenas. It's just amazing.
It's interesting, Mr. Mithil, how, according to polls, many people still prefer Republicans over Democrats when it comes to issues like inflation, immigration, even the economy. Why is that?
Well, that really depends on the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, and you can look at the public polling, whether they're happier now than they were 4 years ago. About 60 to 62% have said they are not happy. There's a certain nostalgia for the pre-COVID era when Trump was president and the economy was booming, and the stock market really just crashed only during COVID. And then also we had Trump's saying that there were no wars when I was president. That nostalgia factor does play into it. And then the fact that the Biden-Harris administration hasn't been that great on the economy. The jobs numbers were revised just this month, down 100,000 jobs. So I think people and inflation, dinner table issues are there as well. And so people are just not happy with the economy. And I think that's why Vice President Harris has shifted to a much more social message, shifted to law and order, fascism, those kind of charges, because they're much more likely to stick than the economic or the foreign policy messaging that has been awful for the Biden-Harris administration. And so I think that's why she's sticking to those charges. It remains to be seen whether people will actually believe that or not. I think there's been a certain normalization of the views Nazi and fascist on both sides. And so it remains to be seen whether the American people will choose that as a factor over the economy. I think it's much more likely they're going to choose the economic factors and the factors that favor the Republicans much more.
Right. Ray and Mithil, just kindly stay on with me. We have these early projections coming in right now. We'll just but do that. Ray, I just wanted to quickly ask you, about some of the big issues that has dominated this election campaign. Surprisingly, foreign policy hasn't really been a big one, with a lot of people really talking about, jobs, though interestingly, on a solid footing. So why is it that there is still some sort of disgruntlement, disapproval as far as the economy is concerned?
Well, and kind of out of prices, gas prices were cheap because people weren't driving, and then started moving around. You had an inflationary spike, and a lot of folks haven't gotten over that. And when you look at our economic statistics compared to the rest of the world, the United States economy is doing great relative to the rest of the world. But people don't always feel that way. Messaging been in the last 4 years, the economy is terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. And if you're seeing gas prices every day as you drive down the street, and are higher than what they used to be, and you went and bought something at the store and it costs more than you're used to paying for it, you start looking around for somebody to blame. And if, that's the incumbent president, whether it's his fault or not, I tend to think it's not his fault. But, I'm probably not the normal voter. So a lot of people look at that and say, hey, it was better before. Now, one of the reasons why, we had this inflationary spike, Trump, people died. He wasn't prepared. He lied about it. He said it wasn't going to be a big deal when he knew it was going to be a big deal. And that, and I'm kind of shocked why some people don't, but they don't often.
Absolutely. On with me. I have those projections right now. We'll just tell our viewers a little bit more about this. Harris is projected to win in 4 states. In fact, the Trump is projected to win in 8 states. So these are the CNN projections that we're getting you. Trump winning Arkansas. That's an important one. That's what we're getting in right to. Trump projected to win in 8 states. The Trump camp, in fact, would be extremely ecstatic and happy about that. But let's just also remind our viewers, these are very, very early trends. CNN Trump is also winning the South as well. So it's Arkansas, Trump winning South Carolina. That's an important one as well. Very early trends. Kentucky and Indiana has already gone the Trump way. We're also getting in some information how Florida has also gone the Trump way. But it's going to be really the swing states, the states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and most importantly, as some of our guests have been telling us, how much really does Kamala Harris win? She needs far more than Biden to win the U.S. presidential elections. Voting, remember, is presently underway in most of the states. We're just getting in these initial leads with Carolina, Kentucky, and Indiana as well. So that's the latest coming in. In fact, let's just go straight across now to our channel CNN for the very latest on the U.S. presidential election.
To 40% in the exit polls nationally. In Arizona, you see here, Jake, he's at 43%. He's slightly above his national approval number in Arizona. If you look at Michigan, he's at 42% approval. Again, slightly above where he is nationally at 40. But Wisconsin's a different story. His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election disapprove of the job Joe Biden's doing. That's a hurdle that Kamala Harris is going to have to jump here in the Badger State. Jake?
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. This would have been a very different race if Joe Biden had stayed in it. I mean, if it ends with a Trump victory, and we have no idea how it's going to end, so don't misinterpret what I'm saying, but there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and recriminations in one. But these approval ratings for Joe Biden are brutal.
6 in 10 in Wisconsin say that they don't approve of the president. I mean, it is brutal, and there's no other way to look at it. And that is, no question, a big headwind for Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she has been trying to separate herself, despite the fact that she is saying that she wants to turn the page and that she's a new generation and all the things that we've heard at every one of her stump speeches. That is a number that there is no question the Harris campaign is looking at and saying, we hope that that doesn't bleed into Harris and the actual votes.
Especially since the Trump campaign tried to do an effective job in tying her to that administration, saying not just that she was the vice president, but that, look, you were in the room, you were always there, there were all kinds of decisions, you could have made a difference, and you didn't.
And then, of course, there was her gaffe on The View when she was asked, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And she said, nothing comes immediately to mind, which was probably not the best answer. Jake, if I can just look back, I think a lot of our viewers may just sort of big picture be looking at this and saying, Trump's got electoral votes, right, and Harris has got 27, and there's a half a country of red and a little corner of blue. And I think the point we need to make is at this moment, and I think of it as a tennis match, there are no surprises. There have been no flips. Nobody has broken serve, if you will. Right. All the states that Trump won in, that he's won tonight are states that he won in 2020. All the states won are in 2020. There's been no swing state that has been flipped yet. And there is just the way the states roll out, that the Republicans get a lot of big dramatic change in this vote. They're both on track. 70. Yeah. It depends on states that are still not called.
It's a good point. This is pretty much where everybody expected to be at this point. We still have not projected New York. We still have not projected California. I mean, there are plenty of places with a lot of
Democrats. One place that is a little bit of a surprise. It's a surprisingly close race in Virginia, which has gone blue since 2008 and Obama, the last 4 cycles. And if you remember, Trump in late October, had a rally there, and people went, what's he doing in Virginia? That's a blue state.
There's only half of the
I understand, but it's 49-49 right now.
But John King set the table on that earlier when he said, assuming she wins Virginia, is she going to win it the way Hillary Clinton won it with 5 points in 2016, or is she going to win it the way that Joe Biden won it with 10 points? 2020, and I think that there can be something discerned from her victory and how narrow it is one way or the other.
And just going back to sort of the big picture, which I think is really important, Chris, and now we're looking at Virginia, which we were talking about before, but just earlier, we were looking at the returns coming in from the blue wall states, from Michigan and from Pennsylvania, because we're actually finally seeing numbers. It is early, but they are important. Pennsylvania, we cannot stress enough how critical Pennsylvania is that you're looking at right now is to Kamala Harris. Donald Trump, if
Absolutely, and we second that as well, and reiterating how crucial and critical Pennsylvania is going to be with those 19 electoral votes. Let's go straight across now to CNN News 18's Akanksha Swaroop. She's been getting us a lowdown and all the reactions from New York. She joins us from Times Square. You know, Akanksha, you're in the midst of in the U.S. presidential elections. New York is also known for its vibrant and multicultural population. So get us a sense of what you're hearing from the ground. What are some of the big issues that are playing on people's mind? Is it about jobs? Is it economy? It is expensive housing or food costs? What is it that is going to be the dominant factor in these elections for New Yorkers?
Avantika, to put it in one word, they stand for democracy. They believe, just like Kamala Harris, that New York is perhaps emblematic or in fact reflects the larger picture of United States overall, and that it stands for everything that United States stands for, which is freedom and democracy.
While inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Trump, who had $400 million served to him on a silver platter, I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from, which is why my Confidence plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription drugs to groceries to housing. Donald Trump will raise costs for our families. In fact, independent economists have analyzed our plans and found that mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy. His will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year.
Independents, Republicans didn't find what they wanted for independence.
That's right. So you can see there, independents gave this a D, Democrats gave it an A, Republicans gave it an F. Now, I think what's so interesting about the independent voter there is they really were turned off when they heard her talk about the middle class. And I also heard from voters there they wanted more specifics on the economy, and they said that you can find experts to reinforce whatever you want to believe. I'd rather hear what you're going to do for me.
Yeah, all right. Republican registered voter, still not sure all the way up until the time you voted. What did you do and why?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, Harris. And I think that for me, both candidates really had to prove themselves. They had to win my vote. And they can talk about everything relative to the economy, but what really matters is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? And for me, I can say personally that I am concerned with the direction that the country is. And I would say for a vast electorate, this is shared. So I think that we all have to really contextualize all this information and ask ourselves the actual questions of how we feel in the circumstances.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right, this is the second time, you're 22, that you voted in the presidential election. Is your vote different this time than it was in 2020? Did you vote for him last time?
I did not vote for him last time.
Sounds like the economy made a huge difference for you. All right. This is fun. Getting to know all of you as we watch in real time. We've got some races that are coming in too, and we don't want to miss a minute with Brett and Martha. So we will hear more from the voters' voices throughout this evening. So glad to be here with all of you. Brett and Martha, back to you.
Thanks so much.
Harris. So we welcome Sean Hannity to the panel. Sean, you're watching all of this along with us tonight, and you say that you have some significant takeaways already.
I have a lot of takeaways from tonight. Gone over the issues and what is important to people and what they've been telling all the pollsters, exit polls, etc. I'm looking at this from a little bit different perspective tonight. It's a numbers game. I was on with Dana and Bill Hemmer earlier today, and I made the point going into today that Kamala Harris and her team had a numbers problem. And the numbers problem was they didn't have anywhere near the votes or the percentages of votes that they had in 2020 when it was Biden and Harris. Now, that's a math problem that you have to overcome with unprecedented day of voting, which Democrats are not used to doing. I've checked in with a lot of people that I trust, a lot of people that I think have a lot of knowledge in individual states. For example, Reince Priebus, long conversations with him. He feels that the turnout was so massive for Republicans in the lead up to today, and that the Democrats did not show up in the numbers that would be needed to overtake that early lead that was built up in the early voting. And that's also backed up by Mark. Took a look. He's been doing a of analyzing numbers, I think. Trying to get an answer that I'd like an important question to. I did notice other networks, they kept showing Temple University and a massive line of students. Okay. The only problem was, if you go back to early voting in 2020, the Democrats 1.1 million vote lead heading into Election Day. This year is about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a year. That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout, yes, at the universities. It seems like about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh, making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally, who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up? There are people that was a turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play. Show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men, and these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these. So, just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students would.
We also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy. The thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. We've already called that state for the former president, but inside the massive Puerto Rican turnout in Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
In other places, the media would tell you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring, but Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by 1. Now, what other national lessons can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is plus 11.
Yeah, thank you. Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 15 states, including New York, Colorado, Texas, plus critical battlegrounds.
We are going to win the state of Michigan.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come. The is here. America is watching.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished. Key to the matter here. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call Michigan, one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt, that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call as the polls are closing there.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column. The president also has a lead in Iowa. There's no call at the top of the hour here. Remember that Iowa poll had people scrambling there at the Des Moines Register. Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News Decision Desk can project that Trump will win the statewide. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts. The more suburban 2nd district, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about, that is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
The candidate Tim Walz from Minnesota, and now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado. She gets more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead according to our Fox News. New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Also, votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota. Long-time as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often makes north.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming with 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will bring tonight as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well, the Fox News say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Kari Lake, also too early to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska. Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is too close, is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, 2-term Senator is locked in a close race. Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. Yes. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a 2nd term, and in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast, and we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel.
Exactly.
And we see more of the hard numbers at the billboard. Yeah. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
I don't know. But only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters in urban suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill,
go blue. Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. At Ohio in a moment here. Hang on one second there, Bob. Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this has got to be your target right now. You know, Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there. Okay, that hasn't really moved. So yes, votes still at 1%, and Kamala Harris over 700. She's going to win the county. Okay. Question. You know, Trump is chewing in this African vote. I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. This, and it's also African American. 47% African. A small. It's called Anson. All right? Trump's winning. Okay, what's that? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points. Okay, so Trump right now flipping that county. Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing, just while I got you here, okay? This is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane, all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 61%, 68%, 81%. Come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, Pennsylvania, I was checking, but that votes because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do here. 72, Henderson 58, Haywood 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw the percentage spread. He made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last Buckeye state, but right now the number has improved tremendously for Trump, so he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. This evening, I don't think maybe
that was
something.
the idea.
Yeah, just because I popped it up, guys. I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something on the side, a little backsheesh, right, Fred? This is the first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this. Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on the ballot. They try to get him off the ballot. He's drawing 2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far. So that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Yes. Trey Gowdy's here. What about that point? Third party, RFK Jr. tries, first of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. He's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the two smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove. There may be a 269 tie. I know nobody wants to hear that, but there is under which there will be a
topic for discussion tonight. Sean, you want to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I don't think anyone really wants that. But actually, I would accept it would end up House of Representatives, and I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be pretty good.
It is a very dysfunctional House. I think they could come.
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel by the time you got to me, about everything smart had been said. So I went to betting. Followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast, there's a 58% chance, according to the betting odds, of winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how impacted that, it's the first year that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds, composed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel, are from Betfair Smarkets predicted policy.
It's a basket.
It's a basket.
And looking at some of the that's the electoral. there that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching to see what they're going to say. Plus, Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden, when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all, it's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time, apparently, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it. And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities. I think we were, 40 with no press conference, and it took a really long time for her to a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again,
I was just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think debate against Trump. She asked that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought, because she did well, and do more of them. But
more interviews.
More interviews to sit down and talk
with Brett.
After the one with Brett.
She booted when she first knew that he was not himself.
Well, I have a slightly different opinion on that. I thought she did. She gave in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. But she did some, and
she was so cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful stuff.
I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure you would have.
She did it. She didn't. She put herself to be 50-50 here this evening. I believe. Listening to the two smart guys in the green room, it could be 269. She must have done something right. In Pennsylvania and Wisconsin since 1980, those 3 states have not gone to 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin, and HW won the other 2. If the numbers are tracking right, and
see it a little bit better at home. The vice president has pulled ahead in Kent County. That's Grand Rapids, but it's early. Down the warning signs was Washington, our county. Over here near Detroit. Her question marks in Michigan are young voters and Arab American voters. Right? You find the young voters here, University of Michigan campus, and again, you say, wow, that's a point lead. Got that for about it because had that 4 years ago. It's a county where, if you want to win Michigan, Joe Biden won by 154,000 votes, so you could say she has some to spare, if you will. She can lose a little bit, but you don't want to lose a lot. And I was at the Michigan campus just last week, and they have a very aggressive young voter turnout operation there. We'll see later if those numbers change at all. That's Michigan. Let's come back up for the home state of Mr. Tapper, still at 20%, just a little bit. So what are we looking at? Let's move it up just a little bit. We have some votes. Erie County, as I told you earlier, 25 counties in America, twice for Barack Obama, then to Donald Trump, and then flip back to Joe Biden. So it's a bellwether county. Doesn't mean the person who wins Erie County is going to win the Commonwealth and win the presidency, but that's what's happened in the last several presidential elections. So you look, we're just starting. Started in Erie County, 512 votes to take
close to 70,000 votes to win that county. So we're just starting. That's one of them. Let's come back to 2020 and move over here to Northampton County, again, right along the New Jersey border, not terribly far from Allentown. The vice president ahead there at only 2% of the vote in. So look how close it was. Joe Biden just barely carried it. Donald Trump just barely carried it 4 years before that. That's the way it tends to end up. So we'll watch as that plays out. Here's what I want to look at is Lehigh. Only 20% of the vote in here. If there is an impact from the Donald Trump garden event where so many insults were made, Rican, Hispanic Americans, if you're going to see an impact, this is one of the places you might see it, right here. And that's why both Trump and went to Allentown campaign to try to take advantage of it. We're only at 20% right there, but again, you're doing this for context. 62% for the vice president. You go back in time to Lehigh County 2020, 53%. If the vice president can overperform Joe Biden in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, she's in good shape. So we watch of the vote right now, it would come down to it. That's only 20. It's only 20%. So then you come out more. Where else are you looking in Pennsylvania? Let's bring this up. You also had the vice president door knocking in Berks County. Berks County at the moment is blue. If Berks County ends the night, it would be on Vice President Harris winning Pennsylvania. Why? Let's look at it. Let's show you where it is. Here's Philadelphia. Here's the close-in suburbs around it. And then as you drive out, what used to be farm country, now you see the homes lined up. Right? People moving further out because that's the only place they can afford a home. That's half the vote counted, a little bit shy of that right now, 51 to 48. Right? Let's go back in time. That was a 53% in 2020 when he lost Pennsylvania, and 3% county when he won Pennsylvania. So if you're the vice president of the United States, you're keeping an eye on this one. If you can keep this blue, your chances to win the Commonwealth are improved dramatically. So spent a lot of time there over the last year. It is interesting. Found a lot of Nikki Haley voters there, a lot of Reagan Republicans who don't like Donald Trump, who were kind of tormented about voting for Trump or voting for Harris. So we'll keep an eye on that one there. Then you move out here. This is the number 2 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Allegheny, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs around it, the labor vote, the blue-collar vote, a smaller African-American population, but the urban vote, Democrat. He was at 59%. So again, we're early. Let me come back to 2024 and come out 20%. So it's early. These tend to be early votes, which tend to favor Democrats more. So we want to wait and get more to see if that's contextual. At the moment, she's outpacing the President of the United States in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in some key places. We will see if that holds up. The flip side, pick one. Cuyahoga County, along the border, northern border of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump getting 71% of there. Half the vote is in. Again, this is Donald Trump's secret. Just runs it up in small rural counties across America. 75%. So keep an eye on that. It's early. We're still counting votes right there. But is the Trump base turning out in the same numbers? So run it up in places like this. There's Bradford. Again, it's only 5% reporting. 75%. 71%. Again, even in these small rural counties, the early vote, there's not a lot of Democratic votes there, but a lot of it comes out in the early votes, if you're following along, when they count it. So let's be careful to not make any projections, any tough, lasting. I guess I'll call. Keep an eye on that. Pennsylvania, Virginia. Every time I come out, I wait to see if Virginia's going to flip. We're still at 59%. The lead has narrowed somewhat. This would be a shocker. Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points. By 10 points. Even if it's closer, even if the vice president comes back, let's take a peek. Yeah, the outstanding votes are still largely in Democratic. There's some Republican votes out there. You see the red dots, but the big circles are in Democratic areas. So the math is there for the vice president to recover. But even a close race in Virginia might tell you that it's a more competitive environment for Donald Trump, especially, Jake, as we've talked before. Can he do well in the suburbs? And then you see, we're looking at Virginia as kind of it's interesting. What lessons can we learn there? Well, again, they're not exactly the same, but they're similar. You come down to North Carolina. We're above 50% now. It's close. This is welcome to North Carolina. This is what it's going to be. And so you just take a look and you say, what's missing, right? Where are they still counting votes? Again, Mecklenburg County, Charlotte and the suburbs around it, African-American voters, upscale suburbs around it, key to the Democratic coalition. A lot of votes there. A lot of votes in Raleigh-Durham, the Research Triangle, again. And so you see that happening right there. And let's see. Come back. And we see 49.4. with 48% there. Again, pretty remarkable. 17,000 votes. Again, we got a long way to go. 45% of the votes still to be counted. But Joe Biden won it by 10 points. So if you're in the vice president's camp, I'm a little nervous about that.
Let's bring in David to get some insights now on the out Virginia, which is, as of now, a little tighter than I think the Harris campaign would like.
Yeah, Jake, we're trying to determine how much of this vote we're looking at now is pre-election vote. Our estimate right now is that what you're looking at in Virginia, 39% of the vote that's in is pre-election. I think, at the end of the day, is going to go up to 52%. So there's still a bit of pre-election vote to come in. Harris is winning the pre-election vote by about 17 points. Of that early vote gets funneled into the count in Virginia, you could imagine for Harris to grow, Jake.
All right, David, and we have some projections right now for you at home. CNN can project that to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, as expected, will win Illinois in its 19 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Rhode Island 4 electoral votes from Rhode Island. So where are we on the electoral map as of right now? Donald Trump has 150 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 53 electoral votes. Are needed to win. Neither of them is within spitting distance of that. Let's take a look at the actual votes coming in from the battle. Projected. Kamala Harris in the lead. 5% of the vote. Donald Trump, 41.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 258,000 plus vote lead. That's with about a quarter, 23% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania counted as Michigan. Kamala Harris with 53.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 44.3% of the vote. Harris with a 64,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 12% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump 50.7% of the vote. Harris with a 75,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half, 51% counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump still holding on to his lead, 52.9% of the vote. Harris has 46.4% of the vote. Donald Trump right now with a 249,000 vote lead. Now it's a 255,000 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the vote counted in battleground Georgia. Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead as of now, 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 15,000 votes. That's with more than half, 56%. A lot in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Harris with 53.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.9% of the vote. Harris with an 18,000 plus vote lead. That's with under a third of the vote counted in New Hampshire, 30% of the estimated 3% of the vote. Harris with 44.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 332,000 plus vote lead. That's with 58% of the estimated vote counted in the Buckeye state. Now let's go to John King.
So Jake, you lay out the results, and there are some surprises where we are right now. So we just want to go back and follow up where we were. David Chellian was talking about some of the outstanding vote. We know in Virginia, the percentage is going to jump, and we know that the vice president is doing quite well in that. He means, but again, Donald Trump's lead has been shrinking. It was 16,000 not that long ago. It's 12,395 now. Look at the Northern Virginia suburbs here. I just want to show you, these circles help us understand where are there live outstanding votes, meaning votes that we know are out there that have not been counted yet. You see the big circles, the biggest circles around the Northern Virginia suburbs, also Richmond and the suburbs around that, and some big Republican circles down here, Virginia Beach area, and some here in the suburbs more to the south, the exurbs south of Richmond. But I want to focus up here, and just to show you why you can say early on, you say, whoa, what's happening here? But then things can change pretty quickly when large population centers report their votes. So let's take Fairfax County. It's the largest of the suburban counties. It's the #1 county population. The vice president's getting 66% of the vote, 63% of the vote in. Look at the number. We know turnout is robust, right? So we should be somewhere around 2020 when we end 2024, maybe below 1,000 votes right now. If you go back in time, you see 119. So if she's winning 60+%, President 7 years, you have Vice President Harris winning 66, a little below. Virginia looks like it's going to be a little bit more competitive this year. Right there in that one county. there's a lot of votes still out, and she's winning disproportionately in the math right now. That can change, but it generally tracks when you get above 60%. And so county right there, the math, when those votes come in, the math can change. So doesn't mean it will, but there's more Democrats still outstanding, or votes outstanding in for that to happen. So let's check in on the other battlegrounds as we go through. This one, again, go back in time. This was the closest Donald Trump victory in a battleground state. Of the battlegrounds he won, 74,000 votes, 483, 74,483. 4 years ago, he's 110 ahead right now. Percent of the vote, right? So you see these gray areas. What are those? That's where you have. So we're still waiting. Some of these smaller counties. So this is the 100 counties population-wise, so it's not tiny. Gaston County along the border right there. But the big population centers are Charlotte. Let's just see how much we have. Only 10% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. So if you're looking at this number, you're saying, okay, Donald Trump's got a 4-point lead. There's 3.5, 4-point lead in North Carolina. But then you come here, just Democratic area of the vote, and again, look where we are. 1,000 votes for the vice president right now. You go back 4 years, 378,000 votes. So we just need to slow down. We're going to Carolina, more votes, more than enough votes out there. Again, just apply the entire graph to the 5 outstanding here. But where are the biggest circles? Charlotte in the suburbs, Raleigh-Durham in the suburbs, Winston-Salem in the suburbs, in the suburbs. Doesn't mean the vice president's going to win North Carolina. It means North Carolina. It just means there are a lot more votes to be counted in areas that right now are blue, and some of them blue by a pretty lopsided margin. Now, just to be fair, you see all these little tiny dots? There's a lot of little tiny red dots, right? They're not going to match the vote count here and here, but there's a lot more of them, right? So when you come out and you just take a look, again, I'm a broken times. This is how he runs up the 72% there, only 25% reporting there, but 72% in Rutherford County, right down here along the border here. Let's just go back in time and take a peek. 72%. Donald Trump is consistent. He is the constant in this race. In most places, he's getting what he got in 2020, 2016. Pretty constant and pretty consistent. But 24,000 votes there with 72% 4 years ago. And so then you come forward there, we're only at 25. Around the turnout of 4 years ago, and it stays at that percentage. There's a chunk of votes there, and in many of these other small rural counties still for Donald Trump, which is why we count late into the night and sometime into the morning. He gets small margins, but you add them all up, 20, 15, 20, 30 rural counties, you match them up against the one urban county, that's how you get a battleground state. Let's pop down to Georgia. We come down over here. This one here, again, in a state decided by 11,000 votes 4 years ago, with 75% of the vote in, Donald Trump's ahead by 241,000. You start to think, oh, we're about 75 return. Well, let's take a look. Number one, how many votes does it take to win Georgia? Donald Trump's leading right now with 2.1 million. Joe Biden won it in 2020 with 2.4 million and change, and we hear. So it could be somewhere around that, could be a little higher than that, number one. So you start there, and then number two, Jake, you just apply, what are we waiting for? Right? And look at the size of the blue circles. Again, doesn't mean the vice president's going to come back and win Georgia. It just means, everybody take a breath, let's count votes. Because you see Atlanta and the suburbs around it where most of those big circles are, which means, you know, in a place county where, well, 78% report, that's we'll see what comes out. It's still, it's a big, because of the population center, it's a big, look at that, 2.6. 72.6.
That's funny.
It's a mirror image right there. So I always look at the ones a little bit farther out. 80% now in Cobb County. It's 57.4 here. Is can he improve? Keep focusing on her. Can he improve in the suburbs? He's not there. Let's just come over here to Gwinnett. He's at 39% right now, and he was at 40%. Yeah, there. He's close. He's close, but those little tiny 16% of the vote there. So we got a ways to go. That's a healthy lead for Donald Trump. There's a lot of votes still to be counted in this blue circle right here.
So let's bring back the map that shows where the vote is still outstanding, if you can do that.
I can do that.
Because I want to bring in Pamela Brown up to speed on some of the outstanding votes that remain in Georgia. Pamela, what are you learning?
Let's talk about that. I'm just getting off the phone with Gabriel Sterling, a key election official in Georgia. He says, give or take, there are 1.5 million outstanding votes still in Georgia. Again, give or take, not a precise number, but around that. Let's zoom in here on Gwinnett. This is a Democratic stronghold. They are significantly delayed. He says there's an issue with their adjudication software for the write-ins on the ballots. And so that is why we're seeing such a low number. In Gwinnett, there are 19,000 votes there. So that was as of, he says that's likely, that number will go up. Breakdown, the at least 15,000 are overall 96,000 days and 322,000 early votes. So if you look at the numbers here, the of 16% of the estimated vote in, there are still roughly more than 350 outstanding ballots just in phone, and then you put that into the bigger picture of what I just said from Gabriel, that there's still 1.5 million outstanding ballots in Georgia, give or take. Jay?
And we actually have a correspondent slash anchor at the Center in suburban Atlanta, Victor Blackwell. Victor, what can you tell us about the vote count in Gwinnett County?
Just mentioned the super on the phone right now with Brad Raffensperger explaining what the delay is. As Pamela said, it's a problem with ballots. We spoke with him just a few ago at the 8:15 news conference here, in which he said there was some delay in processing those and getting those 322,000 early in-person and absentee mail-in ballots to the state's center, to that computer. It statutorily had to be there by 8 p.m. He says that it was just the computer system clicking down to identify the names in the write-in column for specifically for that race, and there appears to be a problem with that system. So right now there are from Gwinnett County about 72,000 votes, still about 250,000 of the early in-person votes and those mail-in votes more than an hour right now to determine what happens next and explain to the Secretary of State's office what they're doing. Probably look for some guidance on how
Blackwell and Gwinnett happens every election. Machines, all the more so.
Right, which is why you want officials to deal with the problem when it arises, and we know from 2020 to have the Secretary of State and these local county officials, they know, and they have that plan, try to find a solution. So where is the? He is right here. He's in Gwinnett County, one of the most in the Atlanta area, to the northeast of Atlanta, and as we know, there's only 16% of the vote reported in this county right now. A long way to go in the count, Jake, and this is a place where, again, with Donald Trump with a pretty healthy lead statewide right now.
Find some good news for her by a point there. Good news, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the he's gaining the most that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that, place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia, and, you know, it's just, yeah, dominating, 81.
How does it compare to 20?
I'll show you that next here. Just look at that. I mean, it's 86. Now, 2020 counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 100, certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the out, so he's got a chance or two better. But right now, he's not the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call, and we'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected. The Vice President did well in cities and suburban areas. That New Hampshire they thought was closing, actually. Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. For the Maryland Senate race, we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Republican governor. Move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans, and again, they're looking at Ohio and West Virginia. Maybe a couple of other races.
Montana.
Still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously, a very hopeful Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel. Kaylee, what are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But was making much of the fact that early the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia, but then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. Hillsborough County, Florida, that is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden, you have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. This should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republicans lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida. 4 went down. The difference was you had who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it person to win the presidency if you don't get the cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to, if it wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Yeah. I'm going to make a prediction, but I don't know a little bit of a limit here. More and more confident. Everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. Finest, it will be very low. Will after. Then we're at what we would point. I also believe as baked in, immigration was a big issue out there. That would bring a point in this. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall. And the information that we have in the early for the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a It continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battlegrounds. Our coverage continues after this.
So let's look. 38% of the vote. Compare it to the president. President Biden had 76%. Keep an eye on it. Don't panic yet if you're a Democrat, but keep an eye on that because the vice president needs to be as close to that as she can be. And at the moment, she's running a little bit behind that. That's Dane County. Population a lot of time here in the last year. The big question here is the black voters turnout, and the subset question of that is, does Donald Trump make inroads, especially among black men? We did see some evidence in our several trips out to the moment. I was texting with somebody in Milwaukee earlier, by the way, who said they thought turnout was actually going pretty good for the Democrats. We'll see if that turns out. At the moment, 25% of the vote in, 66% if you round up for Donald. Let's just go back in time knowing we have a long way to go. And Milwaukee sometimes reports late, but if you go back in time, Joe Biden again, 9%. So the 69% is what jumps out. Trump is a little above right now. Trump's a little above where he was 4 years ago. She's a little behind where he was 4 years ago. It's only 25% of the vote. We're not pouring cement on any of this, but that's where you say, oh. Waukesha, the biggest among them. This is a Republican. I've been saying this about Trump in the battleground states that tend to lead in blue. Trump's number in the suburbs, can he compete? He's not going to win, but can he compete? That's the challenge for the vice president. Waukesha County tends to be a Republican suburb, so there she is at 40%. Trump at 59%. Time, 59% 4 years ago. Welcome to another 20,000 vote race probably in the end in Wisconsin based on that. It's a 66% of the vote in there. It's essentially matching. Our history here in the blue wall, Harris is leading right now. We got a lot of vote to count right here, but I'm laughing a little bit just at the 22,000 number. That right there, Joe Biden won this state in 2020 by 1,000 votes. 4 years before that, when he cracked the blue wall and became president, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes. It's a state that tends to hang around the margins of 20,000 votes, which is why that is somewhat amusing to me. Earlier, she just put it up to 34,000 to shut me up. As we go through the count in Wisconsin, very early there. Let's come over to battleground Michigan. Let me come back for a second. See that? If they stay that way, and it's early. Don't call. Don't make any bets. Don't pop the champagne. But you see Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, right? Especially if you're are red at the moment. They're not done either. But if you're a Democrat, you're kind of a little, should we be nervous about this, then you should be, should we be optimistic about that? So let's take it away and see what I mean by that. Number one, let's just start to the east. Percent in Pennsylvania, long way to go. Just want to check on where we are in Philadelphia, still at 26%. You get Philadelphia over 50%, then we can start to understand what the math is elsewhere as you go. But again, you see most of the rural areas filling in for Trump. That's his strength. That is his strength, and Pennsylvania is one of his best states. Again, we're still only at 14% in Michigan. The presidency in well, that's unlikely to happen. Where does it end up? This one's more interesting. Macomb County, 500 votes. 506 votes. Trump wants to keep it somewhere around there. Go back in time. He's at 53%. If Donald Trump can win Macomb County, keeps him competitive in the state, the higher above. This President Harris, Michigan chances. Oakland County, birthplace of Mitt Romney. Used to be a Republican county when I started doing this. She's at 55% right now. They're just past half the vote. So look at the 55%. A little behind Joe Biden. That can matter. We're not done yet. She's only 55%. A little bit behind. Biden had 434,000 votes when he won the county. If you're just checking on turnout, she's at 234,000 with about 54%. So you're in the ballpark of similar turnout. Let's see what happens as that comes in. And you're going to watch that number. Changes can affect the battleground states. So Trump's at 43. Let's do it that way. Trump was at 40. In the coast states, tiny can matter. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through the count in Michigan. And then one more. I was already over there earlier. Let's So the blue moment is, and the Sun Belt states, which used to be reliably red and are now battleground states at the moment, are red. So we'll just check in, see if anything else came in. Georgia's at 79%. The president's lead is 204,000. It was 240,000 a little while ago. The president's lead has come down a little bit. I just want to remind everybody, in this hour, 4 years ago, Donald Trump was leading Georgia by about 244,000 votes. Joe Biden won Georgia when the votes were up. That's time. It just means you'd rather be ahead than behind, but we're not done yet. Let's come back up to North Carolina. We're at 63% in North Carolina. This count's coming up now. This count's coming up a little bit. You're at 177,000 vote lead. That would be a blowout. Anything in triple digits in North Carolina. Go back 4 years ago, the closest of the battleground states Trump carried, 74,000 votes then. You see how close it was, 50 to 49. And so let's come back now and take a look. The blue is now, except for this one out here, I believe this one, Haywood County, well, we're only at 4%. If you go back in time, that was a Republican county. I look out there, everyone's out there watching, we hope you're doing all right. This that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene, and the state and the county officials and the local officials, they did things just so people could vote. I know the more important things are, can you live, can you get housing, can you get food, can you get water, but the fact
guys, you guys can set on the side. So if you guys are like on the sidewalk, you're fine, just not on the road. Thank you.
bringing down the accomplice All right.
in Pennsylvania and Michigan, because much focus on the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, especially the Puerto Rican population there, since the Madison Square Garden debacle. Even Donald Trump and the people around him, even believe that what that comedian did was not helpful, and yet, according to this exit poll, it shows that let's stick with Trump, that Trump is doing way better than he did 4 years ago with the population, the Latino population overall, not necessarily with Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, and face it, even before the mark, Trump was making a very concerted effort. He thought, and obviously had reason to believe, that he could make some gains with Latinos, particularly with Latino men. I think there are economic issues that all people are facing. Also, I think cultural issues. There was a social conservatism in Latinos, and one of the ads that Trump and a lot of people sort of wondered about it played, I think, was their ad, and you wonder what did score with social and in for him away Kamala Harris. Whatever the reason, you can see tremendous gains. I mean, in Michigan, it's extraordinary, just a flip.
We're also used to considering this straight identity, where that might here is rural, and I'd love to hear from John about where the kind of Hispanic heartland are these voters, and we're looking at the blue wall for a reason, where we're not necessarily talking about the border, you're not necessarily having this fight over your identity, you are the ideal Trump voter in that you are rural and you are more socially conservative.
Since there at the map about two particular towns in Pennsylvania, Allentown and Reading. I believe it's Lehigh County and Berks County. Right. Do we have any sense of what are there?
So here, the map you're looking at now just shows you there's not a very large Latino population in Pennsylvania. I'll put that into context in just a minute. But where you do see the deep population of Latino, the concentration in Allentown, that's Lehigh County, and you see the concentration in the Reading area, that's Berks County. You're correct about that. I just want to come nationally look like near the Latino population of Texas or Arizona, but battlegrounds, a small population make the difference, right? So let's come off that and come back into Pennsylvania 2024. Or are they? This is the interesting part. The exit polls are taken of people as they leave the polls, right? We're still counting votes. This may not have kicked in yet in the math. If people say that when they leave the polls, we don't know or Allentown, or I don't anyway out here right now. Jump at me if they do, if they have that information. But Lehigh County, the 6 counties in Pennsylvania, it's important. It's a blue-collar county. 53. So let's, when we get, just come out of this and look at 2020, right? Joe Biden, she's about matching Joe Biden. Trump's at 46. He's at 45. And then Berks County here, I come down to, I spent a lot of county in this campaign, and it's gone back to being Republican. It was blue earlier, and we're at 9. Maybe a little bit there, Jake. We'll study a little bit more closely as we go through this.
All right, we have some projections right now. CNN can project Trump as expected. Iowa and its 6 electoral votes will go, and can also project will go to Donald Trump. Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. Additional electoral votes for Donald Trump, who now and 7 electoral. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump assigned in the electoral vote as of now, but we are expecting strongholds. We're also counting down to the next round of poll closings at 11 p.m. Eastern, when Democrats are expecting to claim a gold mine of electoral votes out west in California. That's all ahead.
Election is brought to Safe Home Security. There's no safe.
the lead with 49.6. With a narrow 1,046 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, Arizona. Donald Trump is in the lead with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 49% of the vote. That just 2,556 lead ahead of Kamala, an estimated 50% of the vote in from Wisconsin. And Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 50.9%. Kamala Harris is 41% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 121,000 plus vote lead. That's with 61% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump lead with 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48%. Donald Trump 1,980 vote lead. Estimated 86% of the vote in. In Battleground, Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 5% of the vote. Donald Trump 5.7%. More than 102,000 vote lead. That's with 27% of the vote from Battleground, Michigan. In North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Trump is 130. Kamala Harris still in the lead, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris is maintaining a 55,000 plus vote lead, 3/4 of the vote in there, and 75% of the estimated vote. Mexico, Kamala Harris with 53.2% of the vote. Lead there, 9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48,589 more votes than Donald Trump right now, with an estimated 65%. Still about a third of the vote left to count in New Mexico. And Boris Sanchez has a new projection in the fight Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of important projections to bring you, beginning with being made in the state of Maryland. Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will defeat term Governor, the first African-American person ever. Delaware. Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester defeats Eric Hansen, a former Walmart. The Democrat here becomes a woman and the first African-American elected to the Senate. From a projection to bring you in the Northeast, in New York, there, incumbent Democratic Senator Kirsten, former president, she will win her third full term in office as she former NYPD detective Mike Sapper. Let's get you Republican side, beginning with our state of Texas, going into the Democrats had opted potentially this seat from red to blue instead. Republican is reelected. Colin Allred, a congressman from the Dallas area, a former Tennessee Titans here, winning by a substantial margin in the Lone Star State. There, incumbent Republican Roger Wicker wins his third full term. Ty Pickens, re-election for Wicker in Mississippi. An update now from the states in the country. Wyoming, there, incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso wins his Ty website. Barrasso re-elected. More projections to bring you, beginning in Missouri. There, Republican Senator John, first senator to object to certain 2020 election results in favor of Joe Biden. He defeats Democrat Lucas Kunz to win re-election in Missouri. Meantime, Nebraska, the special election, former governor there, he Love Jr., a former campaign manager for the presidential campaign. This is to serve out the term left by retired Republican Senator from North Dakota now. There, incumbent Republican Senator defeating engineering professor Katrina Kramer re-elected. So what results mean for the matter that Republicans need to take control of the U.S. Senate, starting Democratic seats to flip the chamber. Right now, that number with a pickup. Currently, as of this moment, Republicans are leading in races because that needs some context. Two of these states are, and that race is expected to be competitive, but the other were not race tonight, and there's a twist. Some key race alerts. These are live results coming into CNN right now. In Pennsylvania, this race has been back and forth all night. Look at former CEO of Ohio, McCormick, from incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, 0.1 percentage points, 44 vote lead for with 6 of the vote in of Pennsylvania. Meantime, in history, that nearly $500 million spent on this race, and currently Colombian-born businessman Bernie Moreno leads incumbent Sherrod Brown with 261,000 votes, 4% of the vote in Ohio. We're now the twist I was talking about before. No one expects the Senate race this close. An independent who has not said which party he would caucus would not. Right now, he holds a 10,000, almost 11,000 vote lead over incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, 40% of the vote there. If he wins, it could do the math a little bit for what Republicans need to take control of the Senate. The balance of power, the raw numbers, Democrats hold 35 seats, Republicans 48, again with that one pickup of West Virginia. But there are 15 seats still up for grabs. You need 51 for control of the chamber. Races. 11 p.m. Eastern, that's when a total of 78 electoral votes are on the line. Most of them places are about to close there and also in Idaho. Kamala Harris is counting California closer to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. Headquarters. Abby, you and Jeff have been talking to people inside What are they telling you?
Here, as we've been sitting here right now, is silence. There's not a lot in the map as these results.
A lot of movement. Some of it we've talked about on our air, but the big numbers there, Latino voters. That is something that they really worked at this cycle. They believe 16 Donald Trump's election voters. They believe he could win the election round on the back of voters, particularly Latino. One thing to watch, Arizona and Nevada. What do those numbers look like? He specifically in Nevada reached out to Latino voters. They were trying to launch a coalition with voters in Nevada. They believe that this state, which obviously he did not win in 2020. He didn't win it in 2020, but he wins it in this cycle because of Latino voters.
Improving his standing with those voters from where he was not only 2016 but 2020. Kristen Holmes and Jake, I should note a sign as you're always looking for moments to. We're told that party goers who were at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump still is right now, here to the party at the convention center. Of course, it remains to be seen if and when Donald Trump himself shows up here, Jake.
All right, Caitlin and Kristen, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John, what can you tell us about Georgia right now?
Well, let's look at the first map and looking it out. There's a lot of red on that map. A lot of red on that map, and that tells you right now, a lot of votes to be counted. This map, like 2020, you know what happened in those two elections. So let's look in Georgia right now. 136,000 votes to 48%, 89% in. So when you get this close to the left, and is it enough? Is it enough to overcome 136,000 votes? So let's start with that, and let's look at where our live outstanding votes are. The bigger the circle, the more counted. The circle, how the votes coming in that area right now. So you do see a lot of suburbs down here in Savannah and the suburban areas around that. Columbus, Georgia down here. You see some pockets of Democratic votes that are still out. They're large pockets. That's a lot of votes. And if they come in big numbers, we'll see how significantly the vice president narrows that gap. You also see a lot of these little blue dots. They're not done in the rural counties in Georgia, and that matters too. Because yes, if you get a big basket of votes in Cobb County is at 95% though, so you're not going to get a ton there. Counties at 9%. It's the largest population center, so 10% can because of the population center. This is the one we're waiting the most on, Gwinnett County, 22%. And then we'll look at DeKalb County. They're at 89% now. So we have more votes to come from in this circle of Atlanta and the suburbs. We have more votes to come from in some of these counties out here. That one's at 94. That one's at 95. That one's at 98. 90. So you got a lot of the vote in these places. So Donald Trump still has some votes to pick up in the rural areas. The question is, how big are the vice president's advantages in the Democratic areas where votes are still out? When you're down by 136,000 votes with 89%, when those votes come in, not only in Atlanta, so I'm going to check down here in Chatham County, they're only at 36%. So again, if you're in the Harris, they are scrubbing the books now. They're looking at their data projections. They are calling people in the states. They are trying to find out what happened here. How many people turned out? We're getting 60% of the vote at 36%. How many? Are they all ours, or are we splitting these votes? It gets frantic campaign at this point of the night when you're is the math. As you pull it out, yes, the math is possible, but Donald Trump than the vice president. So let's find it. States 145,000 votes ahead. That's almost twice what Donald Trump won North Carolina by 4 years. 5%. Same. The outstanding vote. Again, smaller circle now in Mecklenburg. Largest county. Mecklenburg County is Charlotte and the suburbs around it. Out here, in the Raleigh-Durham area, still a lot of votes to be had. Fayetteville area, a lot of votes to be had. Those little tiny dots, right? Not a lot, but so let's just come out and check where we were talking about. Right here, that's only 21%. So this is where, if you're the Harris candidate, when I was in those Georgia counties, they were at 75%, somewhere in that ballpark. That gets you. You're still jittery because you're losing, but you know there are a lot more votes there. This is the second largest county in the state, Wake County. They're up to 82%, so you're starting to get a little nervous. You're looking for places, that's 94%. You're looking for places that are 60s, in the 70s, or the 30s, right? There, some hope. Let's look at Mecklenburg. They're at 90%. Now again, this is where the numbers come in, so that 10% can matter, but the only big, the other guy has 145,000 vote lead in a state he has won. So then we come up here, and That's what made Donald Trump states that had voted to get 1992. They have voted every one of those elections, exception of 2016. Right now, as we get closer into late here, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by 160 votes, 67%. Ways to go. The Senate race is also what there. Over here, Wisconsin. This is a state 2 elections in a row has been decided by ballpark 20,000. Lead is 26. Vice President's team scratching to try to find votes. And Michigan, she's leading in Michigan only for the vote. And so, the blue wall states become paramount, Jake.
Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That's California, which has 54 electoral votes this hour. Harris will win the state of California with those 54 electoral votes. Not unexpected. Harris will win. Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So what does that mean for the electoral? Too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon with 8 electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris cracks 100, now has 145 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed. Donald Trump is 59 electoral votes away from that. Let's look at these battleground states now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6%. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5%. Donald Trump has a 2,356 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead there too. 40%. Harris is 48.4%. Donald Trump has a 28% lead with an estimated 59% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He's at 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 42% of Trump with a 119,411 vote lead with 68% estimated vote in from In Georgia, Donald Trump still in the lead there. 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2%. Donald Trump with a 328 vote. That is with percent of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia. Carolina, another battleground Trump lead. Kamala Harris, 0.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has 188 vote lead. Kamala Harris right now with 80 of the vote in from the Tar Heels. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 51.3%. Has 9%. Harris is 74,838 votes ahead of Donald Trump. Less than a third. 30% estimated from Kamala Harris in the lead there still, but narrowly so. 50.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40% of the vote. Harris with a 7,300 vote lead. Is with 70 estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Harris leads there too, 52.6% of the vote. Donald Trump, percent of the vote with percent. Who is Washington, D.C. at the
Jake, we actually just an update from the
is that she's not doing rural area the wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map. More of that laser focus on the easiest route. Ben, first of all, you tonight about things Republicans went through after they did this huge analysis of what was going on and why they weren't
why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in. And it really is stunning when you think about that. It appears that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, you called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a head. I think that Donald Trump being a new coalition that, you know, a lot of people never thought that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental people thought were there in order to reach different sets of the be asking is how tied to much of it the Republican Party going forward can build on, and you know, whatever ends up happening here 8 in the morning in terms of the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away this is the most incredible political comeback since 1968. It's the most incredible way that was affected by and how they build, choose policies, whether they're able to hold on or whether it's something that goes away if Donald at the top.
The have it at 92% for Donald Trump, 0.0%. Remarkable. How do you read this?
This theme for a moment and call this perhaps the Democratic Party can ever have if they find that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl game, and by any measure, Super Bowl of global politics. Quarterback Biden is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never won anywhere. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. Influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a Star or an Obama decide to point something. Guys are gone. They won't have that kind of influence. This is great for America because I'm an investor in January, but I care about policy. It's coming out of a party that are so against the American right, basically that are unreal. Price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in.
You're just hoping that overnight these Democrats report not just their votes, but a lot of votes. You're hoping turnout. So you see down here in the Savannah area, this is where the races. That's Atlanta and the suburbs. So let's come out of that map. And again, here's the Fulton County. 90% of the vote is in. Yes, she's getting 72% of the vote. Just want to check, compare that. It's a little below where President Biden was, but it's close. Votes. So she can't really afford to be below him anywhere, or not by much anyway. You move over to Cobb County, 91% in. This is a big suburban county, right? So 91%. You have some up there. She's at 57% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 56, so she's running equal, maybe a little bit ahead there. So let's come over to DeKalb County here. Let's come up to 2024 and see what's left. 11% left. Again, large, very Democratic. You see the 81% there, just to the east of Atlanta. Let's just Biden getting 83. 81, 83. You might think at home that's not. It's very close. Yes, it can be a bit. So we do it this way. Come back to 2024, and let's just pop in this and see where's Harris underperforming. Where is Harris underperforming Joe Biden? In a state Joe Biden, you can't really underperform, but she's underperforming in 28 of the 159 counties, right? So we have more votes to be counted. We're not done yet. This is not a final glimpse. But you see out in these rural areas, this is part of the secret of Joe Biden's win in 2020. He got his butt kicked by Donald Trump in these small rural counties, but he did better than Hillary Clinton. Blue-collar workers, rural workers, work with their hands, did just a little bit better. 8,000 votes, that we're going to count. They go to their counties. We have people on the ground asking the people, our vote desk with Pam Brown, what votes are still outstanding. But if you look at this map right now, I want to switch. Well, let's just check real quickly. 61%. I want to check Milwaukee. Okay, only at 53% in Milwaukee. Black turnout in Milwaukee better be huge in the uncounted vote for the vice president to catch up. I talked to a Democrat out there earlier who said it was good. They didn't say it was great. They said it was good. And I asked if it was great, and they said it was good. So we'll see. Dane County, 74%, 81%. Be a broken record, 75%. A percent matter, only by just a little bit. And so she's losing in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 30%, so we got a long way to go in battleground Michigan. Come back, and this one is the biggest. I'm going to show you why in just a second. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We've been saying it for weeks. 19 electoral votes. The battleground. 6% in. 178,000 vote lead. That's the lead. Now again, let's look. Look, there's a lot of votes. This is what happened. Remember 2020. Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes, mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now, but we shall... Before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want, one little quirky thing. Trump's leading in Hampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties. I just want to bring this up to show this campaign, right? As the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher, the importance, if Donald Trump, hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and won both times, 2016 and 2020. In 2016, in history, and when you tonight, excuse me. Harris, why can she not lose that? Because 251, 19 United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes in those other, but in terms of he holds those leads he has. She cannot. Just cannot. And at the moment, as we switch maps, please jump in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in Kate Baldwin, who is at a vote counting center in the best city in the world, Philadelphia. Kate, what are you learning?
It's the only area where you're allowed to be. Just learned, as John was focusing in on waiting for, I've just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mail that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m., that will be tens of ballots. They're still working through it, so narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue working with it, but it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots at 11:55, just before midnight, adding to which was the first batch, which ended up being 115,000 mail ballots, which is just narrowing the universe of what's outstanding, getting us closer and closer to, as John has been talking about, once you get that 50% of the 50% of the vote in, then you can really start seeing where things are headed. And what we're seeing in Philadelphia, they're not yet at 50%, they're getting closer to it, and these mail posted 11:55 will get them quite a bit more there.
All right, Kate, thanks so much. To the other Commonwealth, Brian Todd's at a vote counting center outside Pittsburgh. Brian, what's the status?
But this 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party in the U.S., everything. the bums out type election, and Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she changed, and I think reacting to that.
State like Ohio, where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought positive the question that he's held a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana is a big issue. These three Democrats may have run up against a challenge here that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Brown, don't you Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't. Brett, the answer is a resounding unfortunate for me. Yes, I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come, if not a
$100 million spent on the Bernie Moreno leadership fund. McConnell's basically the pact to keep the Senate majority, 161.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
and
there.
we're, one seat away from Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too early to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over the map, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's down.
Just getting going a little bit there, right?
Yeah, 14 points. But I mean, that's in line with what has been the expectation.
But listen, if you look at Ohio, it's the similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan, and there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
$51,000. And I also want to note this, that the state will be required to report the early votes by midnight, so we should get a clear soon there. Critical battleground Commonwealth of
47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with more than 165,000 more votes than Kamala Harris, with more than three-quarters, 76% of the estimated vote in. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.3% of the vote. Trump has a 31,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina, another battleground, Donald Trump still in with 7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 138,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris with an estimated 87% of the vote in. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris is in the lead, 50.2%. 48% of the vote. Harris has a more than 40,000 vote lead over Donald Trump with 1/3, 33% of the vote in there. John King?
So, Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania, again, Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. That was one of the things that helped him, is because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scratch. In 2024, I was just looking at here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born. Scranton, Pennsylvania. You say, well, if I it was at 48, right? So again, in a close battleground state, margins within some. Joe Biden 4 years ago was at 54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there. You say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? You know, but if you're trying now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when you're losing ground in each of these counties, it hurts. And so let's just come over here. This is Luzerne County. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania. Harris getting 42%, 43 if you want to round that up. Trump at 57. Again, 43 for the vice president, 42. Competing, not so bad. There. So you just look at as you come through. Carbon County, 65 for Trump. 4 years ago, 72% for Trump now. That's white workers, blue-collar workers, high school educated workers. Well, check back in here. Lehigh County, vice president getting 52%. It's a little bit out here. Again, you're looking for population centers now. This is the 10th largest of the 67 counties. If you're the Harris campaign, what's in the places where there are a lot of people, in Lehigh Valley, but you see it right there at 52. Just want to come back. Joe Biden's at 53. You see the pattern that continues, right? You know, I was saying Donald Trump has to improve his standing a point or two in the suburbs. She has to match Joe Biden in these